Alrighty, we're back, at least for a little bit. Gonna be playing some more. Hey, wait, someone sent me a message. Okay.
To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be careful, Source Hunter.
I'm not leaving, I'm just checking these boxes behind you.
Legionnaire, at your service.
That's pretty gross.
That's enough of that now.
Whoops. Wonder how much that thing was worth if she didn't want me to steal that. Well, obviously she wouldn't want me to steal anything, but, you know.
To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be careful, Source Hunter.
Rest in peace, darling.
Oh, that thing is expensive. I'll steal from that one later.
Honored to meet you. Wish I was a source hunter. Dangerous line of work. But it's a damn sight more glorious than being a legionnaire.
I'm overheating.
That's enough of that now.
I can't cook in their fireplace?
Did someone leave the door open?
I'm telling you, a necromancer must be at work inside seal. Bloody undead! Remember, above all, to stay behind the wall. We tell our children. You heed them words, Source Hunter. A good day to you.
Ugly'll be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try it, Screech woman.
The beast speaks? So you've half a brain behind that feral maul, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and aped an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Various. You'll only encourage it.
Those folks that embarrass a bridge troll get to shining recruits.
Grinkin! Blasted poultry.
Step aside! Ah! This maniac's gonna turn me into a meat pie!
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
Face, Furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly'll be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case,
Greetings!
you'll have the pleasure
These stalls
of
are
putting
for
her
our
down
Legion
yourself.
troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite serving the seven.
The beast speaks? So you've half a brain behind that feral maul.
The cretin's question crossed her lips and aped an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Various. You'll only encourage it.
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite serving
You
the
don't think
seven.
it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off just before she could do any real damage.
I've been mauled. I'll be censored for life.
Yes, let's pardon him. Just look at the little blighter. He doesn't deserve the knife.
Yippee-ki-yay! I'm free! I'm free! So long, suckers!
Why did you let my chicken escape?
Another piece of trash!
my chicken escape? Looks like it's your lucky day, Jack. Now to tell the troops they're getting nothing but the cornbread.
Not even worth the rummaging.
One man's trash is another man's trash. One man's trash is another man's trash.
Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after.
archaeologist. He knows all about the mysterious burial mounds of Sicil.
What with the air?
I cast from the depths of my will.
Never trust a doctor. They're all witches.
Give me muck, tra-la-la-la-la, and I'm in luck, fa-la-la-la-la. You know how you people say you're a good provider when you bring home the bacon? You should knock that off. I'm writing a story called The Pearl and the Swine. That'll help some old prejudices out of this world. Greetings! These stores are for our Legion troops.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Furious. In the face.
Right side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly will be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try and screech, woman.
The beast speaks? So you've half a brain behind that feral maul, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and ached an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tom, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Furious. You'll only encourage it.
Attention! About face! To the barracks! March!
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Attention!
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Virius! You bit me in the face!
Source Hunter. A sight for sore eyes if ever there was one. I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation, but truth be told, the Legion could use your help as well. We've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory, and I'm afraid I must admit they've met with very little success. Lieutenant Selenia at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second-in-command, but rest assured I am a lot more kindly inclined towards source hunters than he is. Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition and even rivalry between our orders, but I, for one, have no intention of looking a gift horse in the mouth. And that is exactly what your presence in Sicil is, source hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself can make a true difference in this troubled part of the world. Such is my honest conviction. The undead. I pitied them at first. Many among them were once kind and innocent civilians of Sicil after all. No longer do I feel that way, though. Too many of my soldiers have fallen. The dead must be put down without mercy, if we can. The bravest among my men and women tell me they are weaker in the west and stronger in the east. So I suggest you head westward if you want to flex your muscles and test the waters before blindly diving to your death. I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you. If ever we want to be victorious in Sicil, we have to track down the root of the undead uprising. Under the Pact of Volunteers, 3 expeditions were launched to do just that. But so far, none of their participants have returned. 3 landmarks were chosen for further investigation. The lighthouse, the burial mounds, and the old church. Places. There's a lighthouse to the west, up on the bluffs, overlooking the sea. No man has gone there in a decade, and yet a light shines from its pinnacle every night. The locals say it's haunted, and half a dozen legionnaires have gone to find out whether or not those are mere tall tales. I fear for their safety. There are ancient burial grounds to be found north of the city. As good a place as any to start looking for necromancers, wouldn't you say? A local archaeologist offered to tag along with the men. Here's hoping his knowledge on the subject may prove to be of use to them. There's a church to the northeast of here, built atop the very place where once stood a temple dedicated to the source. The Sicilians razed it, and built a church for the 7 instead, supposedly to symbolize the victory of the gods over evil sorcery. All superstitious mumbo-jumbo, if you ask me. But when the dead rose, that is when they were first spotted. Hence the expedition. So I did. The Pact of Volunteers. Many legionnaires will do whatever it takes to go home, which is why I personally sign their transfer orders the moment they make it back from a mission behind enemy lines. The chances of survival during these sorties are only about 1 in 10, you see. So my soldiers are free to volunteer, and if they are successful, they just bought themselves a boat ride home.
Putting her down yourself.
For you to try and screech, woman.
The beast speaks? So you've half a brain behind that feral maul, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and aped an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Virius. You'll only encourage it.
That's it, troops. Train up while you can. The next orcish strike could land at any moment.
About face! To the barracks! March!
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now.
Hey, who's that then? Come on, stand where my good eye can see you.
Easy, Tull. That's the source hunter you're talking to.
She may have the look of a woman if you squint hard enough, but she's no more than a wild animal. We got reports of a strange-looking outsider skulking through the town with her bow drawn. I found her crouched behind a tree, taking aim at a fat old rat trotting along the city walls. I tapped her on the shoulder to see what was what, and the beast startled like a wild cat and lunged right at me.
Bit Tullia right in the face, she did. It wasn't pretty, and now it's got a chunk ripped off it to boot.
Enjoy it while you can, Ver. There's not another legionnaire in the cohort that'll have you if I go rabid.
I'd say you ought to take her off our hands if you had the space. Though we couldn't guarantee she'd do more than piddle on the floor and maul your furniture.
About this!
Careful, comrade. I think I sense a sorcerer in yonder shadows. But what'll you do if a parliament of polymorphed sorcerer owls swoops down only moments after I depart? Well, I reckon I'll grab a pint at the King Crab Inn until you lot come to your senses. Medora salutes you, comrades, until we meet again.
It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Furious! She bit me in the face!
Careful, Source Hunter. If I keep my eye...
Well, that's the...
Again!
After all, a fearless hunter might prove quite useful for our investigation.
Well, that's a relief, ain't it? We found a good home for her after all, Cull.
Heed me, Source Hunter. She's not good for anything more than cannon fodder. And don't turn your back on her when she's got that bow within arm's reach.
Source Hunter, I have heard tales both grand and terrible about the world of humans. I myself was caged one moment and freed the next by our kind. In Home Forest, every creature acts according to the nature of its kind. Birds frighten easily, badgers fear little. But amongst men, there are no guarantees.
Those boots would embarrass a big troll. Get to shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.
Attention! About face! To the barracks! Notch!
It is difficult for me to claim humanity as you do. I am still learning to see myself in the faces of those I meet. It is strange to stand with one foot in the forest and the other in the city, Source Hunter. I am glad that now I have you standing beside me.
Those boots would embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir! No, sir!
Those boots would embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private? Attention! About face! To the barracks! Not!
Drink and gamble. That's all we do around here. Hope you fare better, Source Hunter.
Those boots would embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.
Good to have you back, Source Hunter. A sight for sore eyes indeed. Legionnaire at your service.
Can you spare a coin?
Thank the Seven, we've secured the perimeter.
1 coin or 2, noble spirit? 1 coin or 2? May the soul of Astartes smile upon you, kind stranger. Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly a humble one now. It turns out losing it all has its own share of benefits. Ah, a fool once was I, and ever seeking greater satisfaction than that which I already enjoyed. In my folly, I sought the counsel of those notorious Watcher statues on the western cliffs. Their guidance ruined any small fortune I might have had, but certainly granted me humility. I'd heard they were not to be trusted, that they gave fools advice to the fools who sought them, but somehow I believed that I was the exception. They told me that I would find fame and renown if I renounced my worldly possessions, all my worldly possessions, and became a great figure of piety and humility. Fire, the most thorough cleanser, was my method. But as my house burned in front of me, I felt no elevation, no piety, only the sudden weight of my own idiocy upon my very soul. Thank you, kind one.
So, those statues told him he'd have to renounce his earthly possessions to become a spiritual leader, did they?
Have some pity. Ah, cruel fortune.
Indeed. He said himself that he's finally learned humility. Maybe he made the right choice, really.
Have some pity. Have some pity.
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. You there! Sit! Stay a while. Right in front. I'll excite you. I'll delight you. I'll beguile you. I'll besmile you. I'm Cedric the Sensational, and I'm playing to an empty audience. Don't pity me. No, sir. Just a few years ago, I was the all-singing, all-dancing, all-sensational darling of the town. People came from far and wide just to witness my amazing act. When Reginald came, he brought some fantastic prop with him. Now, have you seen it? A talking head. Now, I never expected a silly gimmick like that to be my main competition. It seems even my usually choosy audience has been taken in by that hack's little gizmo. I'm a man of skill, sleight of hand, feats of wit, and pure entertainment. This curio is ruining what used to be an art. And even when there's no crowd to speak of, old Reggie still has at least one fan calling bravo and hee-haw. Sure as the sun sets, that one devotee attracts 5 more, and those 5 more all curious about the commotion. I don't know how he inspires such loyalty with less talent contained between his hat and his boots than I've in my crusty handkerchief. Performers, showmen, show all...
I've just got back from the realm of fairy. It was lovely, but I should have brought my winter boots.
Become one with the air!
You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
By the seven!
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter! You're at Katarina's Fair, a veritable summer home for troubled minds. Won't you take a seat and let our esteemed entertainers whisk you off to a better place? Well, I'm Katarina the Fair, fairest first lady of the fair, of course. I do love making the acquaintance of my patrons, and who knows which of them might become one of my performers. I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performers among the rank and file of the audience.
Word!
Bravo!
Yeehaw! Can't you...
The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is
By
said,
the
and this
seven,
I have heard
what
from
a
a ghost
tale.
who knew Elba, who knew Elliot,
Fantastic.
who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great
Fantastic.
thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Performers, showmen, show all of the... Sicil, what you're made of!
Singing
Flatulent.
Fantastic.
Severed head!
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
Today, I think, a king...
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his
My
big debut.
word.
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself.
Fantastic.
Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
Ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds
Fantastic!
that he ordered a
Bravo!
contest across his
Bravo!
realm. Today, I think, a
Come
king,
on!
the
Come
great
on!
Sigurd and
Can't
his
you
rainbow of
hear
war
the
machines.
stage calling you?
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba,
My
who knew
word!
Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So
You
By
there!
the seven!
You look like an actor
What a
just
tale.
waiting for his big
that he
debut.
ordered a contest
My
across his
word!
realm. Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot.
Enjoying the fair. The theatre's fever has overcome you, has it? Marvelous! I do so love a fresh green talent ready to bloom. But I support players, not writers, you see. If you want to perform here, you'll have to find tried and true material. Check the library and see if any of the classics there interest you. I'd love to see a Source Hunters take on one of the old standards. Right away, my dear, just as fast as your boots can carry you. You've found something decent to perform, I trust, and you've gathered enough actors to do it justice? Speak to Master Chaucer if you're ready for your debut. He alone can adequately prepare you for the stage.
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. And who are you supposed to be? Oh, I should have been one of the greats. But here I am gathering peasants to watch peasants perform broadside pageants for peanuts. No, really? I hadn't noticed. If not for this ridiculous condition, you'd know me as the king's favorite thespian. Katerina's given the go-ahead, has she? Oh, very well then. Tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places and gather you whatever crowd of drunken yokels can be prevailed upon to watch you flail about on stage. Ready for your trial by fire, you mean? There's no more savage foe than an audience, my dear. But not planning on playing to an empty audience, are you? Wait until I've gathered some victims to witness the spectacle, and then you can begin. Any last words?
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated.
If I wanted to wait around doing nothing, I'd get a job at court.
The stage is yours.
My word!
By the seven, what a tale!
Well,
The crowd seems to know the tale. They wholly approve of your beginning.
Good show!
Fantastic!
The crowd is thrilled. Whatever will happen next is sure to excite them.
Simply marvelous.
Fantastic!
Fantastic. Simply marvelous.
The crowd seem quite impressed with your delivery. Keep it up.
Good show!
My word!
Fantastic.
The crowd gasps. They're on the edge of their seats. Go on. Push them over.
Bravo!
My word!
Gasps ring out across the audience. They must know how it ends. They simply must.
Oh, I hope there's an encore.
The crowd explodes into applause and appreciation. You've woven them a tale of desperation and hope, and they are alive with the thrill of it.
I haven't seen a show like that in years. Oh, I'm all
You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. Performers, showmen, show all of Cecil what you're made of.
What is it this time? Bravo! Bravo! Well, I'm certainly not afraid of admitting when I'm wrong. That was, well, nearly enjoyable. I suppose you've earned yourself a little something for your trouble. Wouldn't you agree?
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
My word!
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
My word!
like an actor just waiting for his big debut. What is it this time? Katarina's, tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places, and gather you whatever crowd of drunken yokels can be prevailed upon to watch you flail about on stage.
My word! By the seven, what a tale!
Performers, showmen, show all of the... Sicil, what you're made of. Apart from beer and flatulence. You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
What a tale!
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Cruel fortune.
Come one! Come all! Can't you hear the stage calling you? You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. What is it this time? Katarina's, tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll
Enjoying the fair, aren't you? As I said, duh. Speak to...
What is it this time? Katarina's, tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places, and gather you whatever crowd of drunken yokels can be prevailed upon to watch you flail about... Oh, here we go. Not planning on playing to an empty audience, are you? Wait until I've gathered some...
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated.
Fantastic!
My word!
The stage is yours.
By the seven, what a tale! My word!
My word!
Fantastic!
My word!
The crowd breaks into an approving chuckle. Continue, by all means.
Fantastic!
Eager to hear more, the crowd leans forward with great interest. One lady in the back is already chuckling. She must have heard this one before. The crowd's curiosity is piqued. Oh, do go on before they explode.
Fantastic!
Bravo!
Bravo!
That's it, Source Hunter. You've got this joyful crowd right where you want them. Now, take them on home.
Oh, I hope there's an encore.
They like you. They really, really like you. Well done, Source Hunter.
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
What is it this time? Well, I must say that was, well, impressive. A bit like myself during my blue period, if I do say so myself. Here, have a little something from the fair coffer. I dare say you've earned it.
My word!
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world-famous Reginald the Entertainer. Better check it out if you don't want to miss the time of your life. Oh, I'm nothing but your average man taking in the best show I've ever seen. I'm amazed and astounded that for a meager gold coin or two, I can take in this first-rate entertainment all day long. Well, I've stumbled into quite the fine gig. I just let my appreciation for Reggie's work be known, and he slips me a few gold coins in return. My voice happens to carry pretty far. Cecile hears me. Cecile wants to see what the fuss is all about. And let me tell you, this amazing show just can't be beat.
Crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Well, drawing a crowd's what I do best, and I'd be glad to do it for your little show. 100 gold up front, and yours will be the hottest ticket in Cecile. 98, 99, 100. Looks like all's in order, Chief. So, ready for a bigger crowd than you can shake a stick at? Stand back and watch this.
Gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Ah!
Today, I think
Fantastic!
the great Sigurd and his rainbow.
You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. What is it this time? Katarina's, tell me when you're ready to begin. Oh, here we... Not planning on playing to...
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated. The stage is yours.
Oh, come on! We haven't got all...
Simply marvelous!
The crowd breaks into an approving chuckle. Continue, by all means.
Simply marvelous!
Bravo!
Eager to hear more, the crowd leans forward with great interest. One lady in the back is already chuckling. She must have heard this one before.
Fantastic!
The crowd's curiosity is piqued. Oh, do go on before they explode.
Marvelous!
Fantastic!
That's it, Source Hunter. You've got this joyful crowd right where you want them. Now, take them on home. They like you. They really, really like you. Well done, Source Hunter.
That was really something else. I'll never forget it.
You there? You look like
That was really something else. I'll never forget it.
That was really something else. I'll never forget it.
What is it this time? Don't let your head swell too much now. I may have quite enjoyed your last performance, but I'm not one to gush. Now, let's not make a scene. I already told you you were not exact.
My word. That the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave...
You there! Take a seat. Prepare to laugh your head off, cry your eyes out, and teeter on the edge of your seat with an original tale from Stefan, the talking severed head. What a generous spectator. Find a seat in the front, eh? Ha! Yes, I know of that talentless bull. He was here entertaining the troops before I was brought in. I'm sure the hack simply bored his audience to tears until they cried for a replacement.
Tail!
Enter Reginald the Illusionist. We need our boys in red happy, relaxed, and ready to fight. Not wasting their energies cringing at a fool with a depressed rabbit in a borrowed hat. Are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of entertainment? Nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd. And that crowd warmer has increased my profits by 60%, simply by showing a little honest appreciation for our show. Why do I care what tall tales you've heard about Stefan's origins? Try to do something about it if you dare. The fair's full of legionnaires who love no better entertainment than cutting down a source hunter for stirring up trouble.
We can hardly walk off with a talking head in the middle of a crowded fair.
Today,
We'll just have to think of something more clever than
great
daylight
Sigurd
robbery.
and his rainbow of war machines.
My word.
It is said, and this...
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show Well, I've stumbled into... Oh, I've...
That the king...
Ah, a familiar face. Come, watch the show. I, a person whose sole job is to praise the performance and stir a crowd. A genius invention. No wonder Reginald has had such success. I knew his act couldn't have outshone mine on its merits alone. Please, you must hire him for me. Imagine the scowl on that conman's face when my rightful audience returns to me. A must-see event. Pity.
My what are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on, right? Well, I don't see why I should. Reginald and I have grown rather friendly, you know? And in any case, it'll be hard to pull myself away from this fantastic show.
That the king had a great thirst for colour.
My word!
So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Fantastic!
Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elva, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king...
I guess it's been long enough since I've stretched my wings a bit, and it ain't so far of a flight now, is it? Maybe I will have a peek at what Cedric's up to over there.
Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elva, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm. What? Where is everyone trotting off to? Don't they want to hear how the story ends? They haven't even heard the legend of the three-legged goat and the blind orphans of East End.
Come one, come
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end. I doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Sicile. My audience sings my praises from hill and dale. Psst, you're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless the seven. Look, you've got to help me. I've been kidnapped. Pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, now help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal everything. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
Hey, stop that! Strange! You appear to be my only client. Did the whole of Sicile eat some bad chicken, or what?
What do you call a source hunter who finds a way to draw a crowd away from where he or she would like to perform a clandestine operation? A resourceful hunter. Come now, it can't be that hard to find something to draw off the attention of this bleating herd. It won't be the worst.
Hey, stop that! Strange! You appear to be my only client. Did the whole of Sicile eat some? I think you've gotten quite familiar enough by now, thanks. Keep your paws in your pockets, if you please. Aye, these Sicilian cows wouldn't dare chew their cud without the full support of the herd. Without my crowd warmer, I can't attract a crowd for the life of me. I knew that fool could never have garnered so much as a guffaw on his own merits. I'll see to this matter immediately.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, it won't be the...
Wow.
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
All right.
'Tis I, Reginald the Illusionist. I said, 'tis I, Reginald. It's all over now. Without my clients, I'll starve. I'll be thrown into the cold. I'll have to sell my favorite silk underthings just to pay for firewood. This inbred fool of a monkey has ruined me.
Oh, that Gallagher is quite the performer. One of my own ilk. Sometimes all the flies need is a little honey, eh? And things are certainly buzzing around here.
Don't donate your time to that charlatan.
Performers, showmen, show all of Sicile what you're made of.
Ah, a little privacy at last. Out of earshot of that contemptible jester. We can finally speak freely. Where shall we begin? That charlatan doesn't have a lick of his own talent. So he begs, borrows and beats it from those of us with a real vision for the stage. What I wouldn't give to give old Reggie a swift kick in the jugglers. Oh, to have legs again. My true name is Nick. In life, I was an entertainer aboard the ship of the famed Pontius Pirate. I once dared to defy him and he savagely beheaded me for the attempt. Little did I know the abuse was only beginning. A wandering sorcerer, mad as the day is long, found my severed head on the beach and resurrected me. I spent months in his company listening to him blather on about his every inane opinion. When I asked him to return my head to my body, it must be in the Black Cove still, he became enraged and tossed my head into the sea. Reginald stumbled upon me some days later and consigned me into his horrid little show. I know not how long I've been entertaining slack-jawed imbeciles at the Seal Fair. All I know is I just can't take it anymore. More than anything. But the chances are so slim with the Black Cove utterly infested with Pontius's undead cronies. My poor lost body is among them, sightless and silent in their vile company. For all I know, they're using it as a coat rack. Traveller, if there were any way you would brave the cove's depths and reunite me with myself, you'd be doing me the only kindness I'd have received in as long as my poor memory serves. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
at a time, eh, my friends?
You say you will take me under your wing, but I see no feathers. Are you a child of the birds, as I am of the bears? In truth, this is a relief. Your world is made with rules I have not yet memorized. I am happy to have a friend in such a place. And so the lonely babe was fed upon the wild mother's milk, and cast aside from humankind, he thrived among his mother's ilk. So says the saga of Threes. Do you know it? The wise godwolf Amira raised the child Threes among her litter. So you see, I have good company. Threes the wolfson, and I the bear daughter. Ask freely, my friend. Your city is far more wild than Home Forest. In Home Forest, the rules are clear. In Home Forest, your strength and speed determine your fate. Here, a tiny screech woman, no swifter than a mudworm, might confine you into a tiny cage, and one must wait for a kind stranger to grant freedom. Jarrett, wise Jarrett, taught me the bird songs of our people. If not for him, I would never have learned more than the beasts could teach me. A beast's life is to survive. A human's is to know. I am both beast and human, and so I must do both. I have learned all the bird song that Jarrett could teach. I remembered every word. These tales have brought me much pleasure. The remembering of the beasts is without lies. We know not to approach the wasp's nest because long ago, one bear mother discovered its dangers. This she taught to her cubs, and those cubs taught the next. We do not remember Rito and the battle of the buzzing brutes. We remember only what is useful to us now. Rito will be forgotten. The beauty of the story will be forgotten, but the lesson will not. It is different between beasts and humans. I am lucky to enjoy both ways. He came to me when I was small, a fierce, wild one, yet unaware of the difference between the other cubs and herself. He called to me in a soft song. At first I thought him a great bird. We each reached out to the other. We found each other. Jarrett visited me often, and in time I learned his songs and more. When he built a small cabin within Home Forest, I hunted his food and fetched his water by day while he studied his books and his magics. By night, by the fire, he'd tell me tales of the world of people. Jarrett is my master and my friend, my teacher and myself. He teaches me and I care for him. I heard this was a place of many people, so here I came. I have seen more faces here in a day than I had seen in all the days of my life together. But I have not found the face I seek. Jarrett is missing. It is my duty to find him. That mystery is thick and ugly as a swarm of hornets. It started with a great disturbance in Home Forest. A terrible disease came in the night and turned the birds and beasts soft and foul as carrion while they still lived. I watched countless of my loved ones die, rotted from the inside. When I ran to Jarrett to tell him what I had seen, his reaction was strange. He had no answer. The next morning, Jarrett did not emerge from his room. I left him be, but after 3 days I grew anxious. I broke down the door, and inside his chamber was nothing. His equipment, his books, all but some scraps of parchment were gone. He was kidnapped, and all his research was taken with him. The only clue I found was a letter among the scraps. I could not make out all the words, but I recognized the threat. Death, coming for you. And the signature? Attenborough. I do not know the one called Attenborough, but I know that if I am to find Jarrett, I must start there. Whoever this Attenborough may be, I believe he or she may know where Jarrett has been taken. Fine, my friend, but I will stay far away from the Screech woman. Perhaps among the crowd at the alehouse is best.
Heavenly herring! Delicious dogfish! Yours for a scrap of gold each!
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more hoes than a slice of this pie.
Tinson dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my boots. Well, you've got my attention, comrade. My hand to your cause and my sword at your side, comrade.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be careful, Source Hunter.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned. Ahu's invention, the stasis blaster. Quite a sight, no? The ray can singe a zombie or skeleton to ash in a matter of seconds. These days we legionnaires hold a lottery to see who gets to man the things. You can bet it's no small amount easier to blast those flesh-eating monstrosities from a distance than to get within striking range. Don't ask me how the blaster works, though. I just make sure the thing's hitting its targets.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned.
So, the wizard's crafted a device intended to keep the undead at bay, has he? Little did he expect we'd recognize the hulking source sapphire he's using to fuel it. Careful now, comrades, and tread lightly. There's no telling when that madman's doomsday device might gain sentience and turn its rays on us. The magical sort will do anything to increase their own personal powers, be it offering their souls to demons, sacrificing the innocent, or installing dark machinery in a city they were sworn to protect. But have no fear, comrades. Together, we form an elite squad of unstoppable source-hunting savvy. We shan't rest until Cecile is safe once more.
I wouldn't venture too far out of Arhu's invent these days. Don't ask.
Beyond these walls... Drink and gamble, that's all we do around here. Hope you fare better, Source Hunter. Good luck with these Sicilians, Source Hunter. They'll run you ragged if you let them.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned.
Better to evacuate this... He never in... Honored to... Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Good luck with these Sicilians, Source Hunter. They'll run you ragged if you let them.
we here, then? A so-called source hunter, eh? Well, look, do what you must in Scythiel, but don't make waves and don't interfere with the Legion's affairs. You hear? I'm Captain Aureus, if you must know, leader of the Legion in Scythiel. By which I mean I have the enviable task of commanding a battalion of walking dead. For I fear it may well be but a matter of time before the undead undo all my soldiers and turn them into drivelling hordes of their own misshapen number. Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Ahu not to bother, but he just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Bloody magicians. They see a pigeon poop and think sorcery's afoot. Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop. Understand? I am in command of this town, not Mayor Cecil, not Ahu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. So investigate Jake's death if you feel so inclined, but report back to me the moment you discover something out of the ordinary. The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with you! Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is convinced she killed him. Now, the girl has the reputation of being a flirt. There is that. But that doesn't suffice as evidence, wouldn't you say? Or do source hunters rely on hearsay alone, perhaps? That certainly would explain some of the cock-ups you lot have made in the past. What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly. But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate it with perfect objectivity. The Legion relies on reason, see? Not idle superstition. If you must. Bravo! Figured that one out, did you? I haven't been stuck here for 2 years because we're being besieged by fluffy kittens, you know. Those brain-feasting freaks out there keep on coming. And it takes all the sword arms and all of Ahu's half-baked contraptions to keep them at bay. Keeping them at bay, that is all we do. Were that I could break their backs once and for all. How am I enjoying it? Are you spoiling for a fight, Hunter? Are you? Scythiel stinks of fish, reeks of orcs, and on a good day the wind disperses the stench of decomposing corpses. I can't remember the last time I had a proper piece of steak, and by now I retch at the mere sight of sardines. So in conclusion, I am not enjoying Scythiel. We are the pride of Rivalon, to be found and to be seen everywhere. We don't hide in the dark and lurk in corners like some I could mention. No, We protect the civilized from the barbaric, and we do so impeccably. I'd say they're looking for weak spots in our defenses. They can't make an attack over land for fear of Ahu's magical machines, so they're trying their luck by sea. They won't succeed, though. Not against the Legion. Yes, and he also spends most of his time in the guise of a cat, licking God's knows which body parts. Sects, sorcerers. He'll be seeing flying carpets next.
That's a shame, really. Done took that man's pillow.
Someone else got here first.
Fortune!
How can I help you, my friend? But certainly. What would you like to know? Oh, I am but a wizard, a guardian of man and beast, and indeed I am both. My body, like any other, is bound to temporal decay. But my spirit is a speck of light that shone forth from the eternal sun that is the cosmic soul. My task upon this earth is to protect the heart of nature, the very antithesis of which is the intrigue spun by demons and directors of the dead. Hence my involvement in Siciel. You see, my one desire is to witness a world in which every mother looks around her and purrs with calm contentment, for she knows that her chicks or children, her cubs or calves, will grow up without knowing the meaning of menace, the enfeeblement of fear.
Hey Hub waving hand sign.
What up, Shark? How you doing?
To my great regret, none of them purr as yet. Oh, that'll never happen. Granted, a witch could make the polymorph permanent if she'd enchant me in my cat guise, but I'll just have to be careful around witches, won't I? I'm my own wizard, you know, and I don't intend to become anyone's familiar. Oh, but that's not a trick, such to be out. But of course it's handy by all means. Of course. I hope your investigation fares well. I can but piece together what few morsels fell from the grapevine into a rather disappointing meal, I'm afraid. They say a woman arrived in the King Crab Inn sometime after midnight. She retired to a room on the ground floor where she was soon joined by a man who had been nursing the same cup of wine for hours. I say man and woman because both of them were cloaked and recognized by none. About an hour later, another figure arrived, headed for the same room. Soon after, a terrible commotion erupted and the thundering light of magic was witnessed by the few remaining patrons. It took a while for the landlord to pluck up the courage to enter the mystery room. When finally he did, he found Jake there, dead. How and why he came to be there, no one knows. But I had a good look around the scene of the crime before the Legion barred anyone from entering. The traces of magic I felt were vile. Source, no doubt. I myself have none, even though the rest of the town has already mentally tried and convicted Jake's wife, Esmeralda. Now, it may well be established that she is in fact the guilty party. I'm not claiming that I'm certain she's innocent, but let's just say that if I really thought this murder case would be so very easily resolved, I wouldn't have sent for source hunters. I can't say much more, but that they're madmen, all the more dangerous to us because of their alliance with what should be a natural enemy. You won't see me teaming up with a terrier in a hurry. And what might those be? One of them failed? Who is the mongrel that dares to question my engineering expertise? I take it the mutt in question was referring to the Sparkmaster 5000. It isn't failing, it just became, well, it became self-aware. Frightfully annoying when that happens. You know what? Here's the remote access device with which I used to control it. There's a manual for that somewhere around here, too. Yours, if you can find it. I really should invite Victoria one of these days, so she can help me organize my mess of a library. Those who are raising the dead dwell among us. They simply must be. But even though I've spent many a night leaping from tree to rooftop, watching on as citizens stagger home from the inn or simply burn the midnight oil, I haven't spied a single soul worthy of true suspicion. The enemy is wily. They know us better than we know them, and they've found ways to avoid both detection and distrust. And yet I am somehow convinced that you may succeed where the Legion and I have failed. Call it instinct. You have a flair for understatements, Hunter. I'm sure they are but a minor nuisance in the eyes of a born warrior. But to the Legion, they are green-skinned death incarnate. Until they conclude what mischief they intend to see through, or, less likely, they are conclusively defeated, we can but bar the gates and hole up like mice while the cats are on the prowl. Oh, a mere trifle for one with the intellect of a feline and the engineering skills of a human. You basically construct a classic ballista, add a 100% legally obtained self-regenerating source of destructive magic to it, and Bobcat's your uncle.
Quiet! No talking to these scoundrels, criminal scum!
I'll thank you to take a step in another direction. This is the Legion treasure room, and you've no business bothering with it. Your not-so-sterling reputation happens to precede you.
Go on, you said. What's the harm, you said? Well, you turned out to be as crooked as a barrel of fish hooks.
General's right. Crushing descent.
Stop that!
I swing the body electric!
Works every time. My aim is true.
I strike from the soul of air! Try! Worm!
Treasure! What do you think you're doing?
Careful, comrade. I think I... But what'll you do if the feline menace...
You there! Cut it out!
Careful, comrade. Onward.
Be the big cheese on your block.
Sorry, sir.
Well, that's enough of that now. But we'll have none of that, you hear?
Anybody home?
What do you think you're doing? But we'll have none of that, you hear? What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? Hey, stop that! You there! Cut it out! What do you think you're... Oh, we'll have none of that. What do you think you're... Hey, stop that! Oh, we'll have none of that, you hear? Yeah. That's enough of that. Hey!
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Baking like a cake.
Here lies Catherine. I know, I was great.
I love the sense of humor when it comes to the gravestones in this game.
I feel cold inside myself. Bane of age, the crux of years.
Here lies Kimberly. Finally. Here lies Jared. Shall I come back as an enraged spirit or a lovable prankster ghost?
Let's find out.
Oh, it goes to and fro, city's youth. Hustle and bustle, while I sit here stagnantly.
That's gonna be a no for me. Actually, hang on.
The sun is out. Yet,
A long bath with cold lake.
city's youth. They hustle and bustle.
Mages! Blitz bolt!
Here lies Gregory, whose wife told him so. Here lies Judith, warrior princess. Here lies Neil, killed in the line of duty. I want to go home. Here lies Patrick. You can kill me, but you'll never kill the dancer inside me.
I feel a cold inside my soul. The bane of age, the crux of years. Dear me. Oh, how the coast reminds me of my long-fled youth. I sailed the seas. Oh, how nice it is of you. The very picture of youth, to break the monotony of an elder's day. Wild away on this hardwood bench. Pray, let me be forward with you, O sapling rose, O leaf of spring, for my weary mind is troubled, and would highly prize thy gentle-handed assistance, thy kind ministrations. I am but an aged elf that has seen the years parade in long succession. Gladly shall I tell you more. Will I regale thee, O whelp of men, with my tale? But not here, where the winds may steal my words. You would listen to my grievances, guide me towards untroubled realms. Oh, you are truly a wonder, O budding flower of the morn. Yet that which I would tell you is of a rather private nature. So let us escape both the chill and the eye of public scrutiny. Hot spiced wine and a snug little room awaits us on the King Crab's first floor. Let us go there so that we can warm our bones, yet make shiver our hearts with a tale of loss and sorrow.
Be right back, everybody.
Rest in peace, darling. 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 May the seven keep you. May the seven keep you. Rest in peace, darling.
Okie dokie, I'm back.
Looks like that dog is awfully
Here
active.
lies Jacques,
Perhaps he
the
wants to tell
oldest
us
man in
something.
Syciel. Get off my grave,
So
you
many
jackanapes.
dead
May the
civilians.
Sevens keep you.
It's an honor to visit the fallen.
The fallen have no use for honors or visits. Their days have passed, ours have not. Let us not waste them on pointless ceremony.
Here lies Helen, killed by an enraged zombie. I'm sure we
May
can
the
talk this
Seven
out.
keep you.
Put you down!
Where are you, Jake?
Here lies James, as usual, the filthy fibber.
May the Seven keep you.
Jake, where are you? Are you here? Jake?
Here lies Kavanagh.
Jake?
Will they have Syciel pie in the afterlife?
What the?
Where are you, Jake? Are you playing without me?
Here lies Jake. Please do not disturb.
May the Seven keep you.
Hey, wow! I was wondering where that awesome sweaty boot smell was coming from. And here you are. Wow! This is great! I'm Murphy, Jake's dog. Wow, you smell great! Have you been rolling around on dead things all day? That's my favourite hobby too. You know who I miss? Jake. Sometimes he'd just sit there being awesome. And I'd give him this look like, you smell great. And he'd give me this look like, you do too, Murphy. And he was my best friend. I came here so I could smell Jake again. He smelled great. But whatever's buried there doesn't smell like Jake at all. No, it's definitely not Jake. He was awesome. If I ever find out who killed Jake, the most awesome Jake who ever jaked, I'll bark so much. Seriously, so much. You have no idea.
What is this? That's not Jake.
Where are It's you? a rotting sheep's corpse.
Are you here, Jake?
It seems
Jake?
someone snatched Jake's body.
May the Seven keep you.
This dog we met, how true a creature he is. How loyal and unwavering in its affections. His master is dead, but not even this, not even nature's great betrayal of life, stops his warm-heartedness from beating. Animals, dog and deer, elk and eagle. We burden and butcher them, wretches that we are. These pillars of creation, we topple them, though their spirits are so very pure. They do not scheme, they do not deceive. Perfidy, that is the human condition. This kind, this trusty beast, he is man's best friend, though man does not deserve one.
Smell rotten lamb chops.
Wise words. To approach humanity with the same distrust as one would approach a grinning goblin is to be ready for the stab that is to follow. I know. For I have lain on silken cushions in marble palaces, and I have lain on wet leaves in soggy forests. Vastly do I prefer the latter. Oh, the occasional thorn may pierce your skin, but at least you are aware the sting is not that of a poisoned needle hidden by aspiring rivals. In the animal kingdom only one is free. Beware the wolf, yes, beware the bear, but their rules are honest. The kingdoms of man, they are built upon the blood of the ones not strong enough to lay claim to power. This dog, it is a creature worthy of your affection. The ones you see around you, the men and women of this world, they are not.
Here lies David, who ran from the Reaper. You'll never catch me alive.
You, Jake? Are you playing without me?
May the seven keep you.
Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake!
In memory of Loni, death lies on her like an untimely frost, upon the sweetest flower of all the field.
May the seven keep you. May the seven keep you. Back from there, savage! I'll not let you disturb my daughter's peace.
Deluge.
We could have talked about this.
An invigorating fight that was. And what a killing blow you delivered.
Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake?
Oh, there! I wouldn't go that far. Especially not standing in the blast radius of your soon-to-burst vanity bubble.
Here lies Nemris, master of philosophy.
Where are you, Jake? Are you playing without me? Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake! I smell rotten lamb chops. chops.
Here lies Nemris, master of philosophy.
That shovel has proven worth its weight, it seems. Oh, for the seven's sake! Those shining eyes are better fit for a puppy than a source hunter.
Are you here, Jake?
Look here, even a sage and author as renowned as I is flattered when mortals dare among the dead to seek him out. Well, here I am, Nemris the Wise. You may go wide-eyed with amazement now. As if I need introduction. Nemris the thinker, the theorist, the visionary. Come now, surely you lack the time, as I do, for such silly questions. Oh, I've written so many celebrated treatises, but of course you have read and revered the philosophy of death, the diamond in the crown that is my literary legacy. There isn't a civilized soul alive that hasn't perused its profound pages percolating with perspicacity. Alas, that so few show an understanding of my words, so few show the expected intellectual growth when I put them to the test.
Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake?
You can, and indeed you must. But alas, I was not buried with a printed version of that blueprint of genius that is my inimitably esteemed essay. Never fear, though, for each and every library in Revellon boasts a copy, the gilded cherry on their paper pie. Do you truly feel you are ready to prove that you have read and understood the philosophy of death? Then we shall proceed to test the mettle of your acumen forthwith. Between life and death, death is the greater force. So argues the clergyman. Is he correct?
Correct. He is not.
Let us proceed. Life is life's own goal, the question that is itself the answer. Good! Now I am unburdened of all worries, am I not?
I concur.
Last query. Boldly do I scorn the bonds of faith and fear. Death I dub thee life's equal. Is this my salvation or my undoing?
Indeed.
Most impressive. Nothing short of miraculous. You have verily fathomed the message of my book. My undying respect is yours, to an extent. Content in the knowledge that my legacy is in good hands. Ta-ta! I shall see you in the next life.
Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake!
Checking in on you and your crew. Hey, how is the newest member, Nina?
Nina passed away, Mom. It was rough. It had to have been a respiratory infection. We gave her the medicine, it didn't help. Ooh, what is this?
Be back in a few.
Alright, sounds good.
The force of Dionysos is within me! Spirits of witches smile with me! Seven Spider!
I don't have the right tool for mining.
Solid! All the way to my boot sole.
The outskirts of Syceal are infested with undead! Are you the exterminator?
You could say that.
Careful now, that's a trap.
You see a shady-looking figure fishing coins of gold out of the muddy water that pools beneath the well overhead. His movements are quick and nervous, but nevertheless, he seems to enjoy stuffing what cash he can find into the many pockets of his shabby garb. So absorbed is he in his coin hoarding that at first he doesn't notice your presence. Suddenly, though, he pauses, looks up, and quick as a cat its talons, readies 2 daggers. The instant you mention your title, the man's eyes go wide. He ostentatiously sheathes his weapons and pulls a quill and a scrap of parchment out of one of his pockets. Dexterously, he writes down a couple of phrases, then holds it out for you to read.
New. Can't speak. Tell truth now. You really a source hunter?
Excitedly, the man turns over the scrap and pens a few more lines.
Name's Walgraf. I admire you. No hero like source hunter. Syceal, dead end. Please let me join you.
Walgraf nods enthusiastically and pulls a couple of ripped parchment pieces out from his vestments. Hastily, he covers them with words and pushes them in your hands, one after the other.
Been mute since I was a kid. Sorcerers took my voice. People think I'm stupid. I'm not. Get money, food where I can. Steal if I must. Not from poor folks. I'm a good sneak, good fighter, good with locks. See things you don't. Want to help you. I'm useful. Want to catch sorcerers. Make 'em pay. Please.
Walgraf notices there's no room left in your party and shrugs his shoulders. Nothing he can do about that.
Careful, comrade. I think I sense, but Wally...
Walgraf looks at you expectantly. Clearly, he wants to know whether or not you're ready to... Walgraf eagerly catches your gaze with the best puppy eyes imitation he can muster.
Be welcome, Walgraf. Riches await. if you'll obtain them for us.
Walgraf smiles and shakes your hand in thanks. With a gesture of the arm, he seems to say, "I'm ready. Lead the way."
Do you like wells? There are a few around Sicil, though one has gone tragically missing. Poor old Wally.
Careful, I've spotted a trap.
Perceptive travelers find lots more treasure than short-sighted ones.
I've spotted a trap.
Woolgraf suddenly motions a sign of warning. There's a dangerous spot somewhere around here. You call to Woolgraf. He awaits your queries. Woolgraf gives a curt, disgruntled nod, and with a gesture that suggests the drinking out of a mug of ale, he seems to indicate he'll be at the King Crab Inn should you change your mind.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Livestock's got twice the sense and thrice the soul of the average human, I say.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes. Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese.
Bleeding waste, standing here without so much as a piglet in the pen.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Bleeding waste, standing here without so much as a piglet in the pen.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Aim straight, aim true.
These damn birds won't fetch more than a pittance.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Livestock's got twice the sense and thrice the soul of the average human, I say.
Cheese, tomatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Corbin bear.
Sauce hunters, eh? All right, proper, we're finally getting a hand. Things is chaos. If you've got a favourite sheep, Best to fry her up now before she gets thieved in the night like me. Oh, Hoggett, you're rotten to the bone. Oh, me poor, sweet, plump girl. You've been wasted entirely. All that roast, all the mutton. Not even the sausage grinder will want her now. Give her here, will ya? Me little mouldering darling.
This is intolerable.
Pork
The momentum of
bleeding
time
waste
is slipping
standing here without so much as a piglet in the pen.
Throw it away on conversations about decomposing mutton. Focus, Source Hunter, focus.
Sauce hunters, eh? If you've got a favourite sheep. Oh, Hoggett, you're rotten to the bone. Oh, me poor, sweet, plump girl. You've been wasted entirely.
Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim
I
into
wonder
your
how my
routine.
dear, sweet Doreen is doing.
Perfect for fire.
I'm straight. I'm true.
Dicks and dugongs, you nearly my hand to your
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had a challenging the famous wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Greetings, traveller, and may the Immaculate Conduit's myriad blessings comfort and cradle you. Tell me, have you yet heard the revelation? What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the Conduit's eyes, and only through great deeds may enter into her inner ring. You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one who has, as yet, been lost. Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth. The conduit, our link to the goddess herself, has given us a special gift, and the gift is thus. By following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way, we can each of us live on for a span greater than the number of stars that twinkle within the goddess's right eye. She came from on high to we mortals and showed us the path to the goddess, where all living souls are naturally inclined. She showed us
that injury and malady need not mark the end of life, but that through her methods we could ascend to greater life in service of the goddess. Ah, for this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate chapel. Go north, friend, through the forest and into the town of Silverglen, where all may be revealed. There, among her followers and friends, dwells the goddess's ecstasy, her one way. Go on the path to the righteous, my friend. Forget not that the conduit has great plans for you.
Hold. Our enemies have laid a trap. Hold. Our enemies have laid a trap.
It was Esmeralda who killed Councillor Jake, but I didn't see her here the night of the murder. Then again, she might have just gotten a new pair of shoes.
What can I do for you? Do you now?
Make the best whiskey in Rivellon.
I assume you address me for a reason. Only fools believe.
Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Look careful now. Your head's growing more swollen, sir.
another piece of trash!
Might need to blow this one open.
Not even worth the rummaging.
Careful now, that's a trap.
I can see the white light. Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone who hasn't received Captain Aureus' explicit approval. Stop that! Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hint, not exactly the friendliest bloke, the Captain, is he? Well, your reward for getting your ear chewed off is a waltz through the town's finest magical murder scene. Enjoy.
Looking good.
In his defense, not much rhymes with murder.
And so we meet yet another adulterous harpy. No doubt she's guilty as sin.
Another? I don't know which Cecile you've been turned through, buddy, but this one ain't exactly an adulterous harpy nesting ground.
fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you. Which one? I've written, Esmeralda, more works of lyrical mastery than I can count. All that letter proves is my devotion to my lady, not any actual intention to do away with Jake.
Oh, Alistair, surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffrons, I dare say. Gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapors?
See who's ever seen. Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. No excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
And orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Pay the big cheese on your block for the wheel of the good stuff. As many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
And orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Pay the big cheese on your block for the wheel of the good stuff.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Not in the mood for cheese. Their excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman there.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up. Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens.
Not in the mood for cheese. Their excuse is more holes than a slice of...
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn. Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let's see. halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Seal's ever seen.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Fresh haddock, perfect for a fry-up.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Cheese? No excuse has more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Seal's ever seen.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Not in the mood for cheese. No excuse has more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Join the stud club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only ours for the sea.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap gold each.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
I'm straight, I'm true, ours by the dozens.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond bear.
Lonesome? Oh no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs. Batch is only hours from the sea. I'm straight. I'm true. Ours by the dozens.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff. Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
I'm straight. I'm true. Ours by the dozens.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
No better problem than a set of silver arrows. Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each. No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Be the big cheese on your block with a
Better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows. Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
not in the mood for cheese. That excuse has more holes than a slice of this fine almond bear.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up. Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse has more holes than a slice of this fine almond bear.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn. Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each. Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject